All right, I'm here. Oh, let's get right back into Alchemy Factory. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Where are we? Save 2, apparently. So last week, where am I? What am I looking at? This is charcoal. Okay. Last Thursday we got somebody bought the Jupiter. Last Thursday I got Jupiter done, which is the first like big relic, which will hopefully be a lot of money coming in. That is way up here. Its own big build. All of this feeds this machine here. So today, I need to kind of decide what we're pushing towards. I think I might want to go for like coke and then steel, because I need steel for some things that I've wanted. Obviously, we can get steel gears, which sell for pretty good money. But also, if we look at the beams here, there's longer beams. And these need steel. And these are... I've wanted these a few times in builds, and I've ended up doing, like, weird stuff with lots of lab stands instead to try to build up support. It's kind of weird and awkward. So I do want to get those beams available to myself. So I think we can just grab the researchers, because coke is not... Yeah, coke isn't... Oh, end of the day. I was going to say, coke is not a product, and I don't think steel... Well, I'll double check if steel ingots are a product, if there's something that the game wants me to be able to sell or not. Let's see. Oh, well, we had a bunch of quest rewards. But even outside of quest rewards, we made 114,000 monies. I'll take that. Our goal is these transformation potions, which I will think about later. Bulk order, I might be able to do this real soon. And the random quest, yeah, maybe, maybe not. I do seem to have plenty of soap. We're having trouble keeping turquoise in stock. I might have to expand the turquoise build. Yeah, because this person just bought 2 of them. How are we doing on money? We have some money. Okay. I'm not mad about that. Let's get coke researched. And a little more money so I can also grab steel. Steel is crafted at the Athenor, which means that it's a fallable process. Coke is not. Yes, it is. Coke is also fallible. Okay. So we're going to have to start thinking about these potentially fallible processes and, like, how do I input... If we're going to have charcoal as a potential failure when making coke. Here, let's look at the coke recipe. There's 2 coke recipes. Oh boy. Oh yeah. All right, so there's coal to coke in a crucible, which is the easy way. And then there's charcoal powder to coke. Which is a 50% chance of coke or a 50% chance of 2 charcoal. So that's really, what? 12 charcoal powder makes 2 coke. Sorry, 12 charcoal powder makes 1 coke and 2 charcoal. And the charcoal just goes right back into charcoal powder, right? We would priority input looping that back around. So it's basically 10 charcoal powder, which is 10 wood to 1 coke. Alternatively, 1 coal to 1 coke. One log is worth 200, so 1 log is 20 coke versus 1 coal, that's 120 coke. A log costs 200. A coal costs 4,800. What did I say the numbers were? 120 versus 10, 20, so 6x. This costs so much more than 6 times. Wait. Yeah. So just raw money-wise, like, once the build is done, doing it from coal is 4 times as expensive? Did I do that math right? Oh, charcoal route takes a lot of fuel. That's fair. I did not account for the charcoal that it actually needs to run the loop. Because, yeah, we're going to be running... ten charcoals plus the heat for the Athanor. Of course, the other question is, like, if we're going to need coke powder in, say, this, for the transformation potion, in a complete transformation potion build where we're going to have the wood byproduct from gloom spores, we might want to try to get rid of that anyway, rather than just feed it coke from the outside. Wow, coke is also worth a lot of heat. Oh, all those charcoal builds that I did, I could just tear down and replace with a few coke builds. 1 coke build. And then, yeah, grinding it is even better, obviously. So yeah, what's the fuel value here? This is 6 seconds in a crucible, so 24 fuel used. This is, well, 6 seconds because we're running it twice in the Athanor. which is already a lot. Sorry. 128 plus 64, 192. Plus what you need to make 10 charcoal in 6 seconds. Which is another 428. So 220 heat worth versus 24 heat worth. Okay, so it uses about 10 times as much heat. Yeah, the heat input to this is actually significant. That's very nearly an extra charcoal a second into this one, just for heat. 2/3, really. But if we call it an extra 2, then it's 12 versus... Yeah, it's not quite as bad as my initial math. It still feels like it's cheaper to do, and I know that I haven't actually fully done the math. But I have a hard time believing we end up with that much extra. Maybe. Maybe we do. Just because the Crucible is so much cheaper to heat than the... Yeah. It ends up about 2 times the cost. All right. That's probably about... All right. I think I'm going to go with coal coke for my initial steel, because it's smaller and it's easy to set up. And then we'll consider wood coke for... Then again, we have all this right here next to my iron. We'll consider wood coke for the transformation potion, because, again, we're going to have leftover wood from the shrooms, the shroom processing. So... All right, that's what I think we're going to do. Let me find my inventory. I've got 7 portal sigils. All right, I think... Let's go make a steel setup. Let's just find a little corner. We're going to want to sell the steel gears eventually, so... We'll have to figure out routing that out. But oh, this is a weird size. All right. Failed products go through... Okay, so I don't have to do a splitter with this. It just does the right thing. I do want to do it this way, though. So we'll take the failed ones out. And then... we'll come out here to a chest for steel. And I'm going to have to also make steel gears once I research those to sell. Actually, we may as well just start that. Oh, no, I don't have the money. Never mind. Do it later. So this side, we just want to do, like, normal iron processing steps to feed this Athenor, right? So this uses 1 iron basically every 16 seconds, which is like nothing. Do I actually want a big array of these? I think I might actually just want a big array of these. Now that I'm looking at... Oh no! Because, like, what's our initial iron processing rate gonna be? One every 6 seconds. Okay. Or... iron sand? Ah, okay. So, yeah, 1 furnace with iron ore makes 1/6 of an iron per second. Each Athenor consumes 1/16 of an iron per second. Those are not good ratios. I could do like 3 to 8 and end up with half a steel a second. I think that's what we probably have to do. So... maybe I want to do... Oop, end of the day. Well, we sold a lot. That's good. Ooh, we sold another Jupiter. Oh, yeah, these need to be like 3x3, don't they? Somewhere in here, I think I do have bigger lab stands. Yes. So these are 2x2, not 3x3. What I'm trying to figure out is how I want to do the inputs to these, because I don't necessarily want to have... I guess I do conveyor belts of stuff kind of everywhere when I do my inputs, so maybe it's not such a big deal, but... This would be such a good place for a beam, although I don't really actually have one that's the right length, do I? I have the 3s, which are the wrong length. Or I have 5. Or I have like 8 or 9. I don't know how long this one actually is. I want like a 7 length beam. I'm just being finicky about how I want to do this build. I'll just stop messing with it and do it this way. All right, that's iron in, and we're going to buffer a lot of it on this belt, and I don't love that, but oh well. This is all wrong. It's got to be here. And then blocks. So that comes out that way. All right, now we need 8 Athenors. And I need more stone for that. I think that's 5 here. We'll run 8 of those. Nope. 1 more of these. Actually, here, let's grab the nails that I need, which are way down here. And probably some more iron ingots while I'm at it. I start at this end. Yeah, we're gonna have to put a table here. Which I don't really want to do, but, like, it is what it is. Oh, the really long beam would be perfect here if I had steel. Anyway, we got to pull out of each of these. As well as here. Oh, I forgot I had shelves. That's a good shout. I do still need that, though. Shelves? Oh, shelves work. Boom. Thank you. I forgot about those. All right, so that'll be the feedback of ones that don't process. And then on this side, that's our actual steel out. And go from there to whatever. So conveyor priority merger here. With that and that. Yeah, and it's much easier now for me to get access to running conveyor belts through here. Yes. Cool. So that'll be steel out. Iron gets looped around. Did I get the priorities on these backwards? I did. This is the high priority one. And this is the low priority one. So this is going to use, like, a lot of heat. I didn't really stop to think through how much heat this was going to use. 32 a second times 8 of these is 256 heat a second. I can do powers of 2. Yeah. 256 heat a second plus 6 from the furnaces, 9 from the furnaces, plus however much these use, 9. 256 plus 36 is 292. And each coke dust is, 600 and something. Okay. So I need more than a third, less than a half. Call it a half of a coke per second to power this. So that's 3 crucibles making... Oh, that's 3 crucibles making coke. That's easy. Ooh, what are we doing here? There it goes. Well, plus the coke crucibles have to power themselves, but that's very little, and we already have excess, so I think we're going to be okay if they just run. All right, so over here, we need... See, coal happens in a stone crusher 1 every 3 seconds, of course. So we're doing 2/3 because that's 2 stone crushers. Which is overkill for this build, but 1/3 would be underkill. So... All right, so that is our coal out. Each of these can run... what? 1 in 3 seconds, and these are 1 in 6 seconds. So each of these runs 2 of these. So we'll need 6 crucibles, which is going to sit on top of 2 heaters. And let's grab the shelves again. Hello? Why am I struggling with this? I got it. Yeah, it was probably some kind of middle click select bugginess. That's unfortunately is the way it is in this game. Grinder. Zoop those. So we'll take this out. And then we need a splitter here. Priority splitter. Main priority. Will come that way. And then the secondary priority will come down here. Does that look right? I think that looks right. It'll feed itself first. So I gotta hook money up to it, obviously. We have a money in here and a money in over here, which I did weirdly. And then we're gonna have steel coming out of here, and then I need to grab the recipe for steel gears and get that running. But I think I'm going to go this way instead because I want this at this end. One there and one here. Let's see if we can find a spot to bring money up. Oop. All right. Can we bring money up here? We can. Yeah, perfect. So instead of coming in that way, it's going to come in this way. And then here we will have need more wood, but that's the concept. And that way we're not running a money belt all the way across this floor when we don't really need it. Down here, money belt will go right there. So that's steel, in theory. Oh, well, one, I've got some random stuff sitting here. Wooden pulleys. Oh boy. Just in case I didn't think I had enough of those. I do have to bootstrap the coke production, so let me grab some coal dust, and we'll use that. Not sure if I'm going to be able to get fuel into the center one. We might only start with... Oh no, there's only two of them over here. Never mind. Those ones started. And you are purchasing coal. Ooh. We might actually contemplate sending silver up here. Silver is very dense money-wise, but depending on how often we go through a coal, these stacks of 50 copper might not be enough. Because we need one of these one every 2 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll get there. All right, let's see what we're doing here. We've got coal coming out to coke. Oh, these aren't ratioed. Shoot. I assumed they were ratioed like, but they're not. Okay, I gotta change this. Sad. I'm also not entirely sure that I got this correct. Yeah, 20 a minute into 10 a minute, 10 a minute. So that's correct. And then if each of these is 5 a minute, we're going to need 12 of them. That should do the job. And then, yeah, as this starts to get Coke in it, we're going to do... Oh, these also have a Coke powder input. I completely forgot about that. I was all excited to have gotten the heat figured out. But that's fine, I think. I think we just go past all of the heat inputs, and then we do a little bit of a... But I think because the Coke burns so long, or I'm hoping because the Coke burns so long, like, once this whole setup is going, what we're going to see is plenty of the Coke flowing past into here. And if not, I just have to make this bigger. That's kind of the situation. Oh, that's not considered supported. Oh, this game is so finicky with the supports. Can I get away with like a wall here, making that count as supported? Probably not. Hey, it does! Awesome. Yeah, because this wall is sitting on these walls, so I think it counts as supported, and then that supports the wall up there. The support rules in this game are a little finicky, but... Alright, I still might end up wanting to route silver up here instead of copper. Looks like, I mean, all the heat is turning on, right? It's going to take a minute for the charcoal to go past all of these guys. and start actually feeding into the Athenors. We're just kind of, I mean, we're kind of wasting it, honestly, burning it right now, but whatever. The system is just starting up, so. Yeah, I think especially given how close this is to, like, the front of my base right here, if I really wanted to fork out silver coins, I absolutely could. From, like, right here. Probably there's stuff on that floor, though, and if I nuke that floor, I'm gonna be sad. Yeah, that's, like, this floor? Ugh. Okay. This one is easier to pull out without really ruining my day, because it's mostly belts. Although maybe what I could do... I'm having thoughts, which is always dangerous. If I wanted to, I could do a... Instead of taking a wall out, I mean, I still have to take floors out. I wish there was a floor equivalent of the through the wall things. And maybe there is, and I just haven't gotten to it yet. Because, yeah, if I sent... You just replaced your entire money belt with silver? Yeah, that is probably what I should do. The question is, am I to the point where I can get away with doing that? Maybe. I mean, worst case, steel is a little bit slow until we get that done, right? So maybe we just... do without for now. Yeah, it does seem like money into this is not keeping up with producing. Let's see, 4,800 divided by 50. In theory, we should get one of these once every minute and a half. And in theory, these want them every... Or sorry, every 96 stacks, which is less than a minute and a half. But the money is being split multiple ways. There's the iron here. There's also when this is not a full belt because money's coming from other places. So anyway, steel gears are what? Just a processor. One every 16 seconds. So I am going to say 4 processors for now will run... That's not a processor. How did we do today? I mean, we did make like, well, 30 silver plus 90,000 copper, and a silver's 1,000 copper, right? So, boy, we spent a lot of money, though. A lot of that is on buffering this iron belt, though. So, like, yeah, it's money, but it's not like money. Do I have the 4-way? I do. I'm not sure that's actually right. I might want to go down like over here instead. Because I want to feed it over to here. This is where we're going to put steel gears. So yeah, if we're feeding it here, then it's there. All right, that's fine. We'll go redo that. Yeah, it's above this wall in that position. Okay. And actually, I want to redo this. I was thinking about this before the stream. Let's go this route instead. That was an unfortunate misclick. There we go. Now we want to come through here. And that is going to be from that. Oh, and it is ad break o'clock, so we're going to go ahead and let Twitch run its ad break. And when we come back, I don't know what I'm doing yet, but when we come back, certainly we should have steel gears for sale, which I am very excited for. I'm going to step away and get a little bit of water while the ad break runs. I recommend you do the same, and I will return momentarily. Welcome back. Thanks for hanging around through the break. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I'm just going to switch everything over to silver. I think that's the right answer. As much as it is... Although this is going to send stacks of like 50 silver. Ooh. All right. Instead of doing that, if I do another bank portal here, because I can configure this to do stacks of like 5 silver, right? And then it'll... Hey, it works. Cool. All right, my money belt is now 100 times his debts. So everything that comes in from the cash register gets converted down to silver for storage, and then we're sending out 5 silver at a time to the rest of the system. And it'll take a minute for all the copper in the system to get flushed out, and certainly it's going to take a minute. Oof, yeah. We're gonna go through a lot of silver here as this process goes through, but once the belt is like full, it won't be as bad. Really, I just need to sell a couple more Jupiters. That's the ticket. Random quest Jupiter. Urgent request 120 steel gears. Yeah, we're not quite there. Maybe I could do that random quest if I snag a Jupiter on its way. How close are we to having a Jupiter ready to go? That's a question. It is 26%. All right. Well, maybe. If I catch it, I'll grab it. Otherwise, whatever. I feel like I almost want to try to figure out if I can rebuild this more compact. Because, like... if I can make this more compact, it's easier to duplicate, is really the thought / feeling here. Are these all running? No. Oh, but this one's like fully backed up on coal. Okay. Yeah, I think we're just still kind of catching up on coke buffering in places. Because, yeah, this has a bunch of it just sitting here. Although, again, I did not account for the coke that actually goes into the recipe. I only did the math on the heating coke. So I may need to expand this a little bit further. Which wouldn't be too difficult, I don't think, to do. Oh. Awesome. Apparently middle clicking overwrites the buffered blueprint from copy and paste. It's not a big deal. Fortunately. I don't need that much extra space, I don't think, but still. It's not that hard to rebuild what I had. I don't need that much extra area here. But still annoying. Now the question is, do I actually have enough space on a belt for this much? And we are going to find out shortly. Ooh, and also, that's not going to fit. Well, it doesn't matter, actually. We can share a belt between two of these guys. So if we do that, and then like that, that's fine. Right, because these are each only making 20 a minute. It's 40 a minute. That's well under a single belt. It's 120 a minute, which my belts should be able to do, so... And my belts are at 125 a minute, I think, which is a weird number, but it's just where the upgrades landed. No, plus 15. 135 a minute. All right. So that's a lot more coke, which hopefully will mean a lot more. All of these can turn on. This should be more coke than we actually need. And then, yeah, all of this is half a steel a second. And then, in theory... should be a quarter of a, if I set those up right. Yeah, these each take 16 seconds, so 4 of them is a quarter a second. So once all of these turn on and are actually making steel with any consistency, we should see them. We should see steel ingots start to buffer. This should be able to make steel more quickly than the gear production can consume it. Which is what I want. I want to have a little bit of extra, so I have them available if I need them for anything. How's this Jupiter? 80-something percent. Something screwed up with rope production. Yes. Yes, there is. We can't do 180 items a second on one belt, Brennan. Come on. Although really, what, 3, 6, 9, 12 of these into 18 of these. Now, I should do this differently. Um... 1, 2, 3, 4, and a fifth. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. Okay, so these are each going to be running 4.5. Basically, the middle one will pull from both of them. I think that will be fine, if a little bit funky. And then here, I'm going to do... Can I route this? Ooh, not readily. All right, and that should be the same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. I have no idea how I ended up with coal ore in my inventory, and I'm not happy about it, because those are expensive, and I don't know what to do with them. I must have picked them up when I rerouted some of this belt here. Cool. We have lots more coke dust happening now. And this is starting to do what we want it to do. All right. I think this is working now. Seems like we're still playing catch up on money, but random quest. Oh, I could probably do that. Oh, both of these want Want that Jupiter. Okay. Let's see. How close is that Jupiter to done? It's got to be like 90% now. Oh no, it got done. Did someone buy it? Or is it sitting around on a conveyor belt, working its way down here? I bet somebody bought it. Which, like, I guess I shouldn't complain about. Because it's still money either way. But, like... that's wrong. Okay. That should do what we need now. Now each of these is only doing 90. Instead of trying to do 180. Yep, and this does look like it is running much more consistently now. Oh, it does. I mean, it like one frame it drops out for. And that might just be a UI issue. All right, and is steel starting to buffer like I expected? It is. Look at that. Cool. And I guess I'm not actually putting steel gears in a box anywhere. I should do that, but this is fine for now. Yeah, they're starting to back up already anyway. Excellent. Excellent, 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 excellent. Steel gears are pretty okay money. We are still pretty regularly out of turquoise. Maybe I just double the turquoise build. That's an option. Is this all turquoise? This is not the most efficient build I've ever done, is it? Oh, I need a bunch of wood. Might want to double check the plant ratios for turquoise. Did I do it wrong? 10 a minute, no, 60 a minute sage powder, which is 20. Yeah, that's wrong. 60 a minute sage. Yeah, I did do that wrong. What did I do? Oh! I did 2 to 3 nurseries, even though these also grow at different speeds. That's what I did. It made perfect sense at the time, I'm sure. Let me go grab a sage seed. So maybe I don't even have to make that a bigger build. Maybe it's just fine. Oh, I don't have any money. It's 2 to 3. It's the... Oh, really? Did I do it wrong in both directions? Oops. Oh, yeah. So I did. Well, maybe that'll help this thing a little bit. I see lots of fertilizer being buffered now, which is good. My inventory is a mess, which is less good. What else should I toss? A little bit of coal. I'm just going to throw those things away. I will hold on to this coal ore, because that's like 13 silver worth of coal ore. Almost 16 silver. 13, almost 16 is another way of saying 15. But let's get... Oh, I put my money away. Let's grab the seeds we need. I am still going to do another turquoise build because it's straightforward enough. So I need 1 more flax and 3 sage. Because we're basically always sold out of turquoise, and that's just money on the table. Need another 100. Sure. Good enough. Output is here. Nope. That's wrong. Output is here. This is fertilizer input, which And then the other thing this needs is money input. Which is going to be a little more funky to route. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe it comes right back here. Right over here. And right over here. It's going to take a minute for silver to make its way all the way over there, obviously. Even with this set to 5 silver at a time, it's... Maybe I switch this to like 1 silver per stack for now. All right, nails and vitality potions I can definitely do. Yeah, hopefully if we're just running 1 silver at a time, we'll be buffering a lot less money on the belts. Because, yeah, we went from 50 to 5,000, and now we're going from 50 to 1,000, like, per stack. So only 20 times instead of 100 times denser. Although there's still a lot of stacks of 5 silver around that I could potentially collect and unstack if I feel like I've got too much buffered in bad places. Did it ever make it over here? Yes. Oh yeah, there's a bunch here. And up top, we should have a lot more stacks of 5 silver around, Because it's going up. Which one? This one. And then once I have more money more regularly, like we can increase the stack size, especially if buying resources starts to become an issue ever. But right now, it's just too much, too dense, and it's not working well. All right, I think I've got pretty much all the places where we had stacks of 5 buffered. Get up to the top floor here. Over on this side. Nope. Yeah, I think I got it all. Unless there's any tucked into this thing. No, that's all still copper. Okay. Five was just too aggressive of a stack size. And like, yes, this is still going to have most of our money out on belts for a little while. But that's okay. This looks like it's all working correctly now. All of these are running. These are running. Nothing looks backed up. All right. So this should be working a little bit faster now. Steel gears are backing up. Steel ingots are backing up. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Which means that this will... should start buffering money. Oh, I missed a bunch of silver stacks of 5 coins. All right, coins through here are all buffering, backing up well. So it's pretty much just these 2 lifts. And those 2 lifts feed what? One of them just feeds directly, okay. So that's nothing. This one feeds a bunch of stuff. So this one is going to take a while to actually fully accumulate and back up. But I'm just trying to look around, follow the belts, and make sure that I've found all the places where we would have been, where we would have had stacks of 5 silver, because all right, and we have a lot more turquoise now, which is great. This random quest needs 1 Jupiter. Okay. If we get it before the end of the day, cool. If not, oh well. We could certainly double our Jupiter production. I don't know if that's a good idea. In fact, it's probably a bad idea, but we could do it. So, what's our next priority? I guess it really is time to just start thinking about working towards the transformation potion. I've done pretty much everything else in tier 5, except the advanced fertilizer, which, I mean, maybe is worth it. The problem is that switching to advanced fertilizer breaks, like, all of my ratios, so I don't know if I want to switch to it globally. I think what I want to do is just have it available for, like, the next time I need to do a lot of fertilizer. I'll do a big fertilizer build using advanced fertilizer, and everything that's here will just kind of keep running on what it's running on, which is the current tier of fertilizer and the current tier of charcoal. Because all of this obviously is sufficient to keep the builds running for all the current stuff that we have stocked in the shop, right? It's just potentially next-gen stuff that will need charcoal and or better fertilizer. All right, let's, I have no money. Let's grab yeast powder. We're just going to grab all of these techs, and I'm going to start working on that next potion. Gloom spores, and then the transformation potion. Random request, yeah, still needs Jupiter. Urgent request is a bunch of nails. Okay, we can do that. And again, if I can manage to catch a Jupiter when it's on its way before someone buys it, I'll use it for that random quest. But, like, I'm not... I'm not gonna babysit the Jupiter build just to catch it when it's built so I can do the quest. Yeah, 72%. We're close. All right. So, transformation potion. 2 coke powder and 1 gloom spores in 6 seconds. This makes 1 gloom spore in 4 seconds. What's my ratios for my other potions? Like, what am I actually making? Down here, we're doing what? 7.5 a minute? That's 1 every... what? 8 seconds? Actually, I should be able to just check that, shouldn't I? Yeah, 8 seconds. All right. So I feel like running the new ones with just 1 machine at 6 seconds is probably fine. In that case, we only need 1 assembler making gloom spores, because this is done in 4 seconds, and this only needs 1 every 6 seconds. We need 1 gloom fungus every 2 seconds. That's 5 machines with rotten logs. Okay. That's expensive, but sure. And then I need to figure out if the ratios on planks are... okay. I need to figure out if the ratios of planks to gloom spores is, like, reasonably correct to do... coke powder. So, what do we need? We need 1 gloom spore and 2 coke powder. Each coke is, well, 10 charcoal powder plus miscellaneous other stuff. Plus what you need for heat, basically. And these are 4 to 1. And this needs 1 to like 20. Okay. So the answer is no. It does not come anywhere near to being enough. But if I use the wood for at least some of the charcoal powder, then we are at least using up that wood byproduct, and I can feed in coke powder from the other path. Another time. This is not fast enough. Let's just go upstairs. That container just doesn't hold enough pulleys, so, like, I'm not actually getting that many out when I try to grab a stack of them. All right. Well, I think we're pretty much ready, other than, like, needing to figure out the gloom spore, like, prioritization, but I don't think that's going to be that bad. I'm going to try to do this up here, and hopefully I have space on this floor. All right, so if we want to run one of these machines, we need 1 coke powder every 3 seconds. And so that's 4 grinders. And that's... that's just 1 of these. Well, sorry, that's 2 of these. Make a coke. All right, let's actually start with the rotten logs. Sorry, we're gonna start on the other side. Gloom spores. We need 1 every 6 seconds, which is 2 gloom fungus every 6 seconds, or 1 gloom fungus every 3 seconds. This makes 1 every 10 seconds. So we need... I mean, I guess 4 of these is sufficient. Out of 400 is 1/10 per second, and we said we need 1/6 per second. Wait, so is just 2 of those enough? Yes. Just 2 of these is enough. That's more than the 1/6 a second. No, but it's 2/6 a second, isn't it? Because gloom powder needs 2 of these. Right. Okay. And that's why we need... yeah, 4 of them. Okay. So 4 of these guys makes... it'll be 24 a minute? Gloom fungus? All right, 4 table saws. Purchasing portal. And then all of this needs to be filtered. Rotten logs? No, we'll do planks. Then planks will be the thing out the top, I believe. And this will be the fungus. We are about to tie up a lot of money into rotten logs. All right. So this is fungus out. And for now, let's just do a big metal storage box right there for the planks. Great. All right, so then the fungus needs to turn into gloom spores, which is also needs yeast powder. Okay. If we have just one machine making gloom spores, which I think is all we need, then we also need just one machine making yeast powder. Right, 15 a minute, 15 a minute in. Yes, yes, yes. And then this needs a certain amount of fruit wine and a certain amount of, oh, soap powder. Okay. I'm making soap already. Do I just hook up to my existing soap? I mean, the answer is maybe, because I don't know how much soap I'm making. We make 20 soap a minute. And we need... $30 soap powder a minute. So we double the soap build, and then we just fork off whatever we need. And that'll still leave 10 soap a minute for the system down below. What of this is the soap build? Oh, is it just this? I mean, maybe I just do this on its own then. It's also somewhat tempting to triple this, by the way, because I think the ratios work out better. If we go all the way to the end, 3 of these is 1 every 2 seconds, which ratios with 2 of these nice and cleanly. Right? Which is 1 fungus every second, which I think turns into just 10 of these machines. Which is a lot, don't get me wrong, but like... feels nicer. But 10 saw tables is also going to spit out what? These are 30 a minute each. Yeah, so this is already 120 items. So this is like 1 belt already. So we'd have to do the filtering kind of in more chunks, which is totally doable, but would... Plus, that's just so much of this potion. That's a lot of this potion. I think I'm over... Oop, end of the day. How'd we do? Well, quest rewards were a big part of our income, but... Alright, so gloom spores. Sure. And then... yeah, the yeast powder. We're just going to do this 1-to-1. $30 a minute. And then the soap build is 20 a minute. Is that what I said? Yep. So we're going to need 2 of these soap builds. which will give us 40 soap a minute up here. I need logs for that. Oh, it is ad break o'clock. I completely missed that was happening. I'm gonna go get some more water while the ad runs. I will be back in just a couple minutes, and I'll see everybody shortly. Welcome back. Thanks for hanging around through the ad break. All right, we've got... These are soap builds, and I need... What goes into these? Ash. So these are sage seeds. If this is going to be ash, that's fine. I can do that. Do I have some... Yeah, I think we can get fertilizer up here. I didn't really think about that when I put that there. But, yeah, we've got a main fertilizer belt doing some stuff. Let's see if we can pull it, like, from here. So if we send this up like that is what I'm thinking, except I need more planks. It's always planks. Hook up the fertilizer there. All right, so that's soap for, or it will soon be soap. for the whatever I'm making over here. Yeast powder. And then we also need 600 fruit wine a minute. Figure out what that looks like in a second. That's 15 a minute yeast powder into the gloom spores, and then gloom spores get merged with coke powder. And that's going to be some combination of the wood output from this that gets converted into charcoal and into coke powder, and then it's going to have to be supplemented because I don't believe that we actually are going to get enough charcoal out. I'm still really tempted to scale this up. I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. It's stupid, but I'm going to do it because I want to. And a portal. Which is going to purchase rotten logs. Okay. Now, each of these guys outputting here needs... They each output 30. So every 4 of these could be run into one splitter at my current tech level. But that kind of leaves things awkwardly spaced, doesn't it? I guess that's fine. All right, filter splitter. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the item up top will be planks. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 2. Because the last one is just smaller. Now, all of the mushrooms will come down to the end here, where we're going to have 2 assemblers to make gloom spores. All right. And then what? Each of these puts out 24 planks a minute. So that's 2 belts of planks, basically, that this has to be all merged into, of course. What a pain in the butt. All right, I think I know how I want to do this. So we're going to have planks out of each of these. Need more planks. And then this one splits and merges with each of the other ones. Is how we're going to have to do it. And that will feed into what? I mean, I guess a big storage box for now. And figure it out afterwards. All right. But I think this is correct, like all ratioed so that everything will fit on belts correctly, which is what matters. Probably what we need to do here is actually another table like, oh, here, let me just, that. Yeah, like that. Because each of these is going to have to get fed into charcoal machinery. For now, I'm throwing it in a box. Although, actually, that's true. We don't necessarily have to push these all into a box, do we? Because it's all just going right into charcoal machinery. All right, let's just clean up then. All right, so each of these is what? How much wood per minute? 24 times 4? 96 wood per minute. Each crucible is going to be what? How much wood per minute? Oh, it actually needs heat before it'll... Fine. Be that way. Grab a couple of Coke, just to... $15 a minute. All right. And we've got 48 a minute or 96 a minute. Ew. So yeah, the ratios are nicer when you 96 plus 96 plus 48 is our, like, 240, right? Yeah. Which is 16 of these guys, because of course it is. Stone. Bunch of stone. $16 is just such an awful number when they all sit in groups of 3. Two, 3, 4. All right. But since we do have extra space here, like, I could just run this one into 4 of these, right? And I can run this one into 7. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. 6, 7. So we do have a couple of extra crucibles here, but that is just fine. That doesn't hurt anyone. And then everything that comes through there needs to get crunched. So let's get a cruncher. Which is 1-to-1, right? 15 a minute? Yes. More wood. Compared to some of the things that I've done, like, all in all, this build doesn't feel that bad. And maybe it's because I've spent so many hours in Pi, and I'm so used to dealing with, like, byproducts and stuff from that. But, like, in the grand scheme of things, this could be so much worse. All right. And then all of this charcoal needs to get fed into some number of these guys doing coke. What's the ratio there? Athanor, well, here, let's just make the Athanor, and then we'll figure it out. Advanced crafting, Athanors. 1, 2, 3. Let's say we're doing coke. All right, each of these uses 120 a minute. Oh, so we only need 2 of them. All right. Although our ratios are going to be a little bit funky. So we're going to try to, like, make that work out. Just because of how the Just because of how our 240 is like split between all of these machines and all of these things here, there's a little bit of weirdness here where we take like half of this and then merge it with one of these. And that'll give us our 96 plus 24, right? Which is what we want. And I don't see why we can't use both inputs here. So I'm going to. And then coal input is fine. A shelf, which is just buggy. Oh, I need 4 of these, not 2 of these. Right? Because half of what they make gets... Well, no. Okay. So then these will feed another one, which will make a third again of what comes into it. I think a third one might be the correct number, but I'm not 100% sure about that. What do I need? Nails. Nails. So 2 of these outputs, what? 40 a minute. Yeah, a third one will be sufficient to handle all of the charcoal coming out of here. And also, these should just be... Well, no. Maybe. Let me check my charcoal machines. What's the speed of a grinder? 15 a minute, of course. And these are, did I say 20 a minute? Yes. All right, so these have to come out. And actually, we'll take the third one, too. We'll go into... four grinders, right? Because these are 15 a minute. And that'll feed the last one. There we go. Now, each of these makes 10 a minute coke. And coke dust is, what, 12 seconds versus 4 seconds? Sorry. We have one of these every 6 seconds, and each of these makes one every 12 seconds. So we need 4 grinders as well. Okay. That's fine. We can do that. I don't really like that. There we go. So that should be coke dust here. All of the coke dust that this can, like, make itself. All right, and that's 30, well, not quite 30 coke dust a second, because this one's not going to be running full time. And to run... three assemblers for the potion. Oh, I grabbed planks, not gears. I'm an idiot. Gears. Yeah, we need twice that much. We need at least 60. So it's gonna be this, not quite 30, plus a little more than 30 from somewhere else, plus what we need to actually power down below, which is some fraction of what we're bringing in as well. How much does this do? 20, 40, 60, 80. This is 120. Is this 120 right here, just on its own? I mean, maybe I just, like, do it. I need a little more wood. This feels like a absolutely ridiculous thing to do, but store. I squeeze this in here. Oh yeah, no problem. Oop, end of the day again. How'd we do? We're selling a lot more turquoise, which is nice. So making that a bigger build was definitely worth it. Though I'm not seeing much money coming up here. It's coming through. All right. It's just taken a while, I think, for all of these belts to refill with silver coins, but it is happening slowly. So, all right, I'll just let it keep going. All right, so we're gonna have soap coming through here, which I'm gonna have to figure out how to route. And then we're gonna have... Oh no! Oh, it's okay. I was able to get the game. Might not get it this time, though. Oh, yep. Okay, we got it. So this is Coke from the dedicated Coke build, which makes more than enough for what this needs. That needs to come over here and merge with the Coke coming out of here. Will those tables reach each other? Just barely, and I love it. Okay. Priority merger here. And then this comes all the way over here, all the way over here. More wood. This is not a compact build. I'm not super happy with this, but I'm figuring out a new product. I'm going to work on the routing sort of as I go, and then if we ever need to build more of this, I will know what I'm doing and we can build it more compact. But for now, ooh, actually, this is kind of a problem. Well, it's not really a problem. It's just silly. I didn't leave space for here. Let's change that. If we take I don't know if I can actually get everything that I want to get here. Oh, come on. Let me click on the... I'm trying to click on the support underneath it, the lab stand, and I just cannot. There it is. All right. So that just leaves soap in, which is... Oh, no. The soap goes into the yeast powder. I haven't even turned the soap into yeast powder yet. That's going to be a part of this that I need to figure out. Oh, and with doing this at this scale... Yeah, we're going to need 60 soap. This is 20 soap, so I need one more of these soap modules as well hooked up. Ooh. That's fine. We'll just send that up and send the fertilizer through here. And then one more of these modules. I need a little more clay and a little more iron, which are both all the way down on the ground floor. Put it there. I think that works. Cool. That's, I think, all of the coke out. So now I just have to get... Well, I got to get the soap routed over someplace where I can turn it into soap powder and then combine it with however many berries I need to get... 600 juice a second. Which is what? If we find the soap, that's not what I want. Berries, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 12 of those into 6 of these. And each of these is 100. Okay, so it's this much again. So, like, literally this. so that's the berries. And then I need to combine that with all of this ground soap that I haven't made yet into what? It's not going to be in an assembler. It's going to be in a blender. Oh, and I need more metal. Blender making yeast powder. Oh, just one of these is 600. Oh, okay. And that makes 15 a minute. Each of these needs... Oh, I need 2 of these. So I need 1,200. Ooh, okay. So we need twice this. How did this fail? Shouldn't it have put fuel into itself first and been fine? All right, now it should be able to start fueling itself. Oh, did I mess up the outputs on this? I did. I see it now. That's the problem. I sent all of that to places it doesn't need to go yet. Cool. Let's actually turn this off, though, because we don't need to start sending stuff into this build, because this build is nowhere near ready. All right, I'm looking at how many plants I need to grow for this. And now I'm thinking that I want to switch to the new fertilizer. Like, rather than this, maybe I make a fertilizer 2 build. Because that'll also let us seriously compress the number of machines we need to make to grow all of the plants. They'll grow a lot faster with the upgraded fertilizer as well. But that means all of these parts based around... Whoops. Everything based around growing plants, we're just not doing here. So, like, this whole part is fine. We'll recycle as much of the wood into charcoal as we can, and we'll pull charcoal from here for the rest, and that's fine. But, yeah, we're gonna get rid of all of this. Everything here is fine, because that's all charcoal routing. So, in that case, we need to do kind of a whole new build of everything for... Well, what do I even need for fertilizer, too? That's a question. It's fertilizer plus mushrooms. Okay. That's something I can get behind. That doesn't sound so terrible. How's my inventory here? Terrible. What do I need for the next inventory upgrade, by the way? Oh, literally just police? Jeez. Could have done that a while ago. Oop, end of the day again. How'd we do? We earned 140,000 or something like that. It's not bad. Oh, 120. Oops. And then 30 steel, we can do that too. Oh no, that's the next tier of building tool. The inventory upgrade needs transformation potions, which we don't have. But we can at least get the building tool upgraded, whatever that upgrade does for us. I don't actually know. All right, building tool is fully upgraded. Gloves are restocking speed, and I'm never restocking by hand. This seems silly. But by the time you can do this reasonably, like by the time you have fabric, you're really not restocking by hand anyway. Potion belt. I probably should think about grabbing the potion belt upgrades. Just because I assume if I sleep for less time, that means I have more time during the day in between interruptions. Like, I don't so much care about the fact that the time passed during the end of day screen changes, because that time is meaningless. But I do care about having just longer blocks of time to work. All right, let me see if I can find some thread somewhere, and certainly we have healing potions. The problem is I think most of the places where I would make thread... here we go. How much do I need for this? 20. Got it. And 5 healing potions. Healing potions are... Where? Thought they were on this floor. Are they on the first floor? Oh, so they are. All right, level 2 is just 100 healing potions. That's easy. Well, okay, maybe not, because all my healing potions are going into bandages still. Here, let's just disconnect this. At some point in the future, I will have 100 healing potions. Was this the one that I sent it up? Yeah, let's send up the fertilizer again. I changed, well, we're still going to use the new fertilizer, but because the new, what did I do? Because the new fertilizer, oh, and that's backwards. Because the new fertilizer has old fertilizer as an input, I want to, like, run it through to here. So yeah, everything that needs to feed into here that is fertilizer-y. What have we got for that? We need to make... Here. Soap powder comes from 40 fruit wine. 40 fruit wine is 4 red currant. Sorry, no. Yeast powder, yeah, is 10 fruit wine a second, which is 6 red currant a second, which these each take 144 value, so that's 6 advanced fertilizer a second. Because advanced fertilizer has a value of 144 per second, right? Yes. So we need at least like a dozen advanced fertilizer a second. No, that can't be right. Let's start over. All right, so we're gonna have 2 of these machines. So that's 1 gloom spore every 3 seconds, right? $15 yeast powder a minute. Okay. And 30 yeast powder a minute. If I check the blenders, to make 30 yeast powder, I think that's 2 blenders. Sorry, I'm getting my numbers again. Yeah. So that's 1,200 fruit wine a minute. And if I find one of my extractors that's running, that's 12 extractors. And is 120 red currant a minute, or 2 per second. Okay. Each of these machines right now makes 5 a minute, which would currently be like 24, right? But with advanced fertilizer, we're going to do way better. I think it's just 2, which is bonkers, but sure. Let's get... Let's make advanced fertilizer here. Throw some fungus in. Because if I only need a little bit of this, then I'm happy. And then if I make a nursery. And if I choose here, let's go buy some red currant seeds. Oh. I assumed I would still have enough money after, after the research. I did not. All right. So if I set this to red currant, yeah, these make 60 a minute. Okay. And if we need twice as much fruit rind as one of these, that takes 10 a minute, 60, 120. Yeah, we only need 2 of those guys if we use advanced fertilizer. Okay. That's bonkers. That's awesome, but it's bonkers. So let's figure out a nice little fruit wine setup then. On like one table if I can. Because we're gonna have like what? One of these feeding six extractors. Now the question is, can I manage to make this fit like two of these on one? Oh yeah, no problem. Look at that. And then extractors. And then those would each be red currant. And that's actually all of the red currant that we need for this build. Awesome. So then the next thing to figure out is what a soap build that's using advanced fertilizer looks like. And then from there, figuring out... Actually, I think that's it, right? Because if this is yeast... Right, this just needs... Yeah, we need 60 a minute soap. And then these would feed into here, plus the red currant. So, yep, that is what it's going to be. This will hook up to this, and then I need a little bit more gloom spores. This says 15 a minute. I don't know if I'm going to run. I mean, another 5 of these would run 2 of these. I don't know if that's worth it or not. That's a lot of advanced fertilizer to run 2 of these, but might be worthwhile. We don't need a ton of advanced fertilizer to begin with. But that also means that we have a bunch more like planks to deal with. And like, yes, I just do more of this, but now that means I gotta change this. All right, it's ad break o'clock. I'm going to step away, get a little bit more water. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. All right, I am back. So, we are trying to figure out this. The yeast powder. So this will make enough fruit wine for the yeast powder when fed with advanced fertilizer. So I think the question is, how much more table saws do I want? How many more table saws do I want? And do I want to rebuild a bunch of this so that we have space for the additional planks that would come out of more rotten logs to feed the advanced fertilizer? Because I didn't really account for that when I did this part of this build. Which is kind of frustrating, because I think I have to tear all this down and readjust. And possibly just go up to 20. 20 table saws is a lot of table saws, but I think it's the thing to do. We also have a bunch of logs sitting on this table, so that's going to be exciting. All right, if I do want to double this, what does that even look like? Which parts of this just go away because they're wrong? I mean, certainly everything here. This was temporary anyway. This just gets bigger, so in theory, this can stay. But a bunch of this is wrong now. And certainly all the output routing is weird with this now. So maybe we pull out all the output routing. Okay. And then if we do one more here, that gets us up to 12? 12 table saws? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yes. If I wanted a whole 20, I think I'd have to move this whole thing. Which I can do. Pull it back here. And then 14, 16, 18, 20. Get pasted all the way down at the end. Cool. And then all of this goes away. course, we have a couple of extra logs, so I'll just have to put those somewhere. Let's just grab a small storage box. I mean, sure, because they'll end up on the belt, right? So that's fine. So then each of these, and I'm still treating my belts as being basically 120. I guess I could go up to, do I have an upgrade point? No, I don't. I was going to say, I guess I can go up to 150, but I can't, and we're at 135. So yeah, 4 of these will fit on a belt, 5 of them won't. So every 4 of these is 1 belt. I can't count, is what I'm learning. What's this overlapping with? Oh, is it too close to this belt? All right, we're going to pull this out for now. And we will deal with this momentarily. Right now, this has to get out. And then here, what we're going to do... is that. All right, now each of these guys needs to be split. That's a filter splitter. Here. And the top is planks. All right. So that's 120 gloom fungus, which is just 1 belt of gloom fungus on the bottom. So the bottom is fine as a single belt. Somehow. And then we have 24 times 20, so 480. Yeah, and this is where things get a little funkier. Okay. But I think the ratios for each of these things are going to be a little bit better now. Because 4 of these times 24, yeah, we're at 96 again. Five times 96 is 480. Each of these crucibles does what? I don't remember. So yeah, we do almost still need to... I mean, they want to be in groups of 5, right? But right now, they're in groups of 4. I think each of these clusters of 4 can run on 7 of these. But that's 7 partial ones. What is Charcoal is 1 every 4 seconds, which is 15 a minute. Okay. So yeah, each of these clusters is like 3 and... No, 24, 48, 96. It's 4 and 6/15. 4 and 2/5. Wait, no, so that's 60, 90, sorry, 6th and 2/5. Plus part of 1 extra. Six, 12, 18, 24, 30. So I think it's supposed to be 32 across the whole run. If I just hook them all up to 7 of them and call it a day, we end up with 35. And that's... like this, basically. All right. I'm not, like, totally happy with this as a concept, but it does what I need it to do, I think. There we go. That just makes this a little bit easier to deal with this belt of the actual spores or mushrooms or whatever they're called coming off. And then all of these get 1-to-1 grinders, which is a lot of grinders. Oh, I need more stone. I don't think I actually needed more stone. I think it just didn't know that those buildings were already in place, but that's okay. So, that is a lot of charcoal coming out now. The problem with not having reshuffled this into 4 belts is now when we get it out of here, it's more awkward again. Like, because we have to feed it into the machines that make, yeah. Change my mind again. We're going to do the work. We're going to get it shuffled into 4 belts. As much as that is kind of a pain. One, two, three, four. Where's the 5th belt? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That one, that one. Ah, here we go. Okay. Yeah. Can I make room? I mean, yes, I can. This is gonna stink, but I can do it. Why can I not select? Oh, because I'm on mode 2. That's actually really useful. Because now if I cut this and drop it in place there. All right, so we've got 5 belts here that I need to compress, just compress down into 4 belts. Because each of these belts is not quite 120 a second. So, if I want to do that, what does that look like? I mean, it's kind of just like this. so this gets split basically evenly to either side of itself. And then these ones need to do like a priority split kind of deal. And merge in to this path. And then this gets half of that, except I'm running out of space horizontally here. But, like, that's the general concept. Yeah, so each of these guys will get priority split. And move forward with their lives. This will get split either way to join them. These ones come through here. Like that. And that should be 4 belts of 120 from 5 belts of 96. Or whatever it actually should be. Yeah. All right, so each of these is 120 now, and I can work with it a little more cleanly. They'll each go into eight crucibles. Okay. So that's That's 8 crucibles. Mode this one. See, the problem with 8 crucibles is that it doesn't line up nicely with the size of a shelf, does it? Like, I can put a shelf here, but I can't readily put a shelf here. Well, I can, but... yeah. So that would be grinders afterwards. And then we need 4 of these. Okay. So this is something resembling progress, other than the fact that I failed to do this. And then we can have fuel into here for that whole thing. All right. I don't hate this. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. Now, each of these guys needs to go into some number of Athenors. 120 charcoal powder a minute. Okay, that's literally just one of these. That's perfect. Okay. I will take that. So how do I want to orient these furnaces to best get fuel in? Is it this way? All right, each of these will put out 20 a minute of charcoal. So that's 20, 40, 60, 80, plus whatever comes out of the remaining one. That's not gonna work. Darn. How about something like that? And then we're going to have one more of these. Which will be running off of all the charcoal that comes out of these ones. Which we need to kind of figure out the routing for. So if we take our coal out this way and do 2 grinders, I believe it's 2 per each of these. Yeah, look at that. Oh, except no. because this needs to come through here. Actually, maybe it's fine. Yeah. I don't usually love doing the triangle without a piece in the middle, but it gets the job done here. All right. And then we've got all of this coming to this end here. Oh, I need more wood. Okay. Oh, I still need more wood. Jeez, Brennan. Turns out, yes, everything is made of wood. Cool. And this will only be like 100 charcoal powder a minute, so it's not gonna be the full, like, capability of that last machine. It'll actually be less than that because it's 80 plus whatever it's getting from itself. It would be 100 if that machine was running full-time, but of course that machine is not going to be running full-time. Shelf. So yeah, 10, 20, 30, 40, and a little bit of change per minute. Each of these takes 12 seconds, so that's 5 a minute. So we need like 10. All right. So that's like... Oh, we got more. This is just processing the byproduct wood of making the gloom fungus down into coke. That's all that this does. And then this is coke dust out, like, right here. Some of this gloom fungus now can get fed over to this machine, making... Maybe I want to make it 2. Or even 3, because why not? Advanced crafting 1. Sorry, I'm fumbling the controls here. Advanced fertilizer. 2, 3 of those. And then, oop, these all need to be a little bit further back, don't they? Actually, I changed my mind. I want to do the... I want to do this, the basic fertilizer, as the elevated one, because it'll make routing in the gloom fungus a little bit easier. Because then I can just take, yeah, this up to here. When you're coming in from the side, you have a little more space to route this way. I don't know if we can actually run 3 of these guys, but whatever. Can't hurt. Can't hurt to try. There we go. So that'll be a bunch of advanced fertilizer. Now this system needs to be fed coke to get itself turned on. Right. And that's this. So this will start converting the planks from the gloom fungus production down into coke dust, which will come out here, and which for now we're just going to put in a box. All right. It's gonna take a second for every row of this to like start to really run. All of this should be like kind of backed up, but the grinders don't buffer their outputs, so there's only so much I can do there. I also should probably put a wall there. Because although it does not hurt me to fall, it does hurt my pride. Yep. I mean, a lot of the paths of the coins have fully buffered at this point, which is nice. Okay. What's going on here? Oh, this just doesn't have heat yet. And actually won't ever at the current rate. Shoot. I don't know if I can get in there. Might have to... Ooh, not that. All right, there we go. Got it. I actually could do these differently, but it's fine. Because these do 20 a minute, 40, 60, and that would actually only be 4 grinders, not 6, but I don't care. The grinders are 15 a minute, not 10 a minute. Yeah, these grinders are 5 a minute. $10, $20, $30, $40, $50. $50, yes. Again, this one's not going to be running full speed, but it's going to be like, I don't know, 2/3 speed or something like that. All right, so the next thing we need to do... We need to make a new soap build using the advanced fertilizer. That was the other part of doing all this that I needed to try to account for. So let's grab a couple of tables and let's figure out what that looks like. Because I need 3 machines making soap. Yes, I need 60 a second. All right. So I need 3 of these guys making soap. And that's going to come from... Well, I mean, it's always going to be 12 to 1 on the machines, right? We get 12... Growy doodles down to 1 because the fertilizer is 12 times as potent. So, like, even though we only need 3 of these, it's just 1 of each flax and sage. And that will run, you know, 9 crucibles. Really, it would run 12, but Oh, can our conveyor speed even handle that? That's a question that I didn't actually account for. So, like, these are 60 a minute. That's fine. We can run 2 of these, get them out. But if we're running at a lot more than that, not a shaper. Nursery here. And let me grab a couple of the right kinds of seeds, just so I can experiment. Flax and sage. Because, yeah, if we need to get like 180 items a second out, we're going to have a bad time. All right. So does it just cap out at belt speed? Is that the way this works? Seems like it. It just caps out at belt speed. So I could basically treat everything here as making, well, if I want to think of it as 120 a minute or 135 a minute, whichever works better in the moment. Okay. So this setup is fine for the juice part. If I want three machines, where is it? Advanced crafting. We're gonna have 3 of these guys making soap. Each of them wants 4,000. So that's 12,000 linseed oil a minute. One extractor makes 1,500. So 12,000 divided by 1,500. We need 8 extractors. And 8 extractors will use 240 a minute, which is basically 2 belts. Okay. So yeah, we'll need 2 of these guys growing flax, each with 4 extractors on it. All right, that's fine. That ends up looking a lot like this, just with different seeds. And a couple fewer bottles. So if we bring that in, production, no, this one. 1, 2. Extractors. It'll be like that. And then the other side of that is going to feed what? The other input of the blenders is plant ash. Yeah, so 240 times 50 is 12,000, right? And each of these wants 4,000. Each of these wants 4,000. Okay. And then we need 180 plant ash a minute. Each plant ash is 1 sage, right? If I find plant ash, yeah, 1 sage. So again, that's going to be 2 of these guys growing sage, because we can't do 180 on 1 belt. Not without more upgrades anyway. And that'll feed into this. Which unfortunately we can't quite, I don't think, get... Well, actually, we do these the other way around. Like here. And then we can bring in... There we go. 2 belts of plant ash. So that would be soap, and then we have to grind the soap and send the ground soap over here. And then figure out... It's not just ground soap plus coke powder, is it? No. The ground soap goes into the gloom, goes into the yeast powder with the fruit wine. Oh, boy. And I think that's just 6 grinders, because 1 grinder takes 6 seconds. And we have 1 soap a second, 60 a minute. So that'll be 6 grinders. And then I need to combine that with the fruit wine in however many of these mixers that ends up being. So if we come here, grinders, soap coming out here. And then that goes into another blender. This one's making yeast powder. All right, each of these wants 30 a minute. So there's just 2 of these. And then this can kind of live anywhere over here. My inventory is, as always, a complete disaster. All right. I think we're real close to the yeast powder here, though. If I get the, if I can get the pipes figured out, which is always iffy. Well, we'll find out what just got dropped in the wrong place when this scene swapped on me suddenly. Earnings 670. Okay. And fortunately, that did not go as badly as it could have. Let's do this all the way across to here. And then over. And then, is it switch form to go vertical? Yes. Except I don't really want that hooked up that way. So maybe we do it... Don't do that. Switch form again, horizontal. Over one more. Vertical. Horizontal. There we go. That works. All right, it is ad break o'clock again. I'm going to step away and get a little bit more water. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around through the break. We are making progress here. This build ended up huge, which I don't love, but now I understand. I saw this in research coming up, and it didn't make a lot of sense to me yet, but boy, does it make sense now. If I can find it again. There's a stackable furnace somewhere. Which, yeah, really makes sense now. Like, I don't already have it, do I? I could have... It's not like I could have built this whole thing around the stackable crucible. No. I thought there was a stackable crucible somewhere. Now I can't find it. I swear I saw it. Oh, here it is. Stackable crucible. Yep. But we can't use it until tier 6. So unfortunately, we've got to do all this with our current tech. But we're getting there. So I need, if I check my inventory, I need 1 more sage, 1 more flax, and 1 more red currant seed. And then I just have to figure out routing the sage to make the plant ash. And we'll, this is getting closer. Took me a while. I redid this a couple of times working on these blue potions. But we're getting there now. I'm finally feeling like we have a design. These ones are going to be blacks. Oh, I need to hook up my pipes. Lovely. There we go. Well, sort of. I hate that it does that when you connect this way. Maybe I can get it to do the right thing. Oh, yep, there we go. That's what I want. All right, so these guys need plant ash now. And that's going to spit out yeast. The yeast gets combined with gloom fungus. Into... Actually, I probably don't even need another table, do I? That's just an assembler. And if we're making gloom spores... Yeah, these are 1-to-1. I don't really have space here, though, and I didn't mean to do that. So yeah, let's just drop down 1 more table. Whatever, doesn't hurt. Assembler 1 and 2. Okay. So yeah, I think now I just need to get... We're going to have, what? 2 nurseries. These each make, yeah, they're capped at 135 a minute, basically. Which is a belt each. What's the cooking speed for plant ash? Ah, that's not how far I want it to go. I want it to be on the middle floor. So, well, we're making soap over here. What? Each of these is 20. Okay. So 6 for each. That's fine. That's not too bad. Let's see if we can lay this out in a reasonably smart way. Probably not, but we can try. So if we do this, run one of these through here, run fuel in here, need wood. That is reasonably compact, like, all things considered. Oh, except this doesn't work because these can't share a belt, Brandon. That's the whole reason we're doing this way, is these can't share a belt. So no, this is stupid. Darn it. Do I have anything that I can do, like, easily? I guess I could do this random quest. Everything else wants the new blue potions. So, small wooden gears and wooden pulleys. While I'm down at the ground floor. Do that random quest. And let's throw away some of this stuff that's just like not doing anything useful for me. Some of it I could like put away and try to sell and whatever else, but like not worth my time. It's just not worth my time. All right, so yeah, this doesn't work because I'm an idiot. But I think if I take this half of it and we duplicate it this way, it does work fine. Okay, this is going to be charcoal in, which, like, Or not charcoal, coke. Because all this is coke now. Plant ash. Okay. So this is gonna all start making soap. One of these is like double size, and I just don't care. So we're gonna start pushing soap out, and that'll start eventually pushing out the gloom spores. And then the gloom spores get combined with the charcoal? Is that all we need? Yes. Plus the coke powder. Cool. So yeah, this comes out and goes into a priority merger. And we go into 3 assemblers, I think, is what it's going to be. All right, I got to shuffle some of this around. I do want to put that chest back, but just because I know that it's... at least temporarily, just because I want to get all of this coke powder actually burned or used instead of throwing it away. And then that comes into a priority merger here. And then we're going to have 3 assemblers. 1, 2, 3. Oop. How'd we do today? Probably selling about the same amount of stuff because it's been pretty consistent at about 160 silver a day. Yeah, 170. So this one needs to be... coke dust. And that's gonna hook up... again, it'll be the second priority in. And then the other side here is gonna be the gloom powder. Which I need more wood for again. Yeah, I mean, that's it. We've done it. Each of these makes 15 a minute gloom powder, so that's 30 a minute. Each of these uses 10 a minute, so that is it. That took a while. And honestly, it didn't feel like a super difficult build. Like, none of the individual parts were hard at any rate. It's really just, it's big, right? There's a lot that goes into it. And, I mean, that's the big part, is that it is big. And that's, I think, where we want that to come through. Yeah, right there. Why is that not going in? There it goes. Except I've got this one right now that I need to redirect. And then it'll be right here. And that will feed into, I guess, another one of these guys. Set to the transformation potion. This is a good spot for a crossway. And now I just need to hook it up at the top. I also probably want a buffer chest for these, because I am going to need to turn some in for the quest. So let's figure that out as well. We can. I think we want to connect like here and then to like here. And that should be these potions. The blue potion's all set. The question will be, I guess, the only real question is, are we making enough regular fertilizer to keep up with the advanced fertilizer demand? And I think the answer is yes. Other than that, I don't think there's anything that could be super weird about this. I built this big. I didn't have to build it this big. I chose to build it this big. Just because I knew we were going to have some buffer. And every time I've tried to build small, I've ended up needing to upscale it anyway. But it's gonna take a little while for them to make it down here. I just want to see them actually like properly loading the wonder if this is a worthwhile thing to do. Because, like, they tend to get picked up. There's only 3 of them in stock there at any given time. And if someone just grabs it, then someone else can't pick up more. Because, yeah, people will pick up quite a few of them all at once. I don't know how the AI works, if they'll wait for more to get loaded or what they'll try to do. But yeah, let's grab a little bit of rope just so I can do that last may as well. I don't really have room here to route in like a third, to route in another like gem type. So we may as well stock the whole thing with turquoise. It looks better anyway. And then Jupiter, I think we are just going to have to figure out how to make Jupiter faster. Yeah, this is slowly working its way through this coke powder buffer. And once this is fully, like, has fully used its buffer, we can just, actually, I could probably do it now. I was going to say we could just get rid of the box when we're done with it. It's close enough to fully taken care of. This is going to be a problem, though, isn't it? This is hanging off the side of the wall. Oh, no. I can fix that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right. There we go. Well, this floor is pretty much full. Between steel setup here, our freaking huge setup here. This I probably could do something with to make it less horrific, but for now it is what it is. I think really the thing is we have to wait until we get more machine upgrades, right? Like there's... Yeah, the factory efficiency, right? That gives every device increased production speed. But past a point, that's not useful because the belts can't handle it, so... But still, getting, you know, the 25% boost would mean that we'd only have 16 here instead of 20 here, right? And that would already be a big chunk of this just gone. So, definitely, potentially worth it. Yeah, people are buying turquoise real fast now. Love to see it. Do I have any money in my inventory that I should throw in? I do not. How are we doing here? This is all backed up on silver now. Excellent, 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 excellent. So we are, like, slowly but surely still catching up on having money again. And if I need money, I can always grab it off the belt. But it is taking a while for some of these belts to really fully get there. Especially going this way, right? Because this is what feeds steel. And, like, that coke build is expensive to operate. This one, too. Yeah, okay, and this is still buffering these coal ores. So that's part of why this is taking so much, is that each of these needs to hold, you know, this is where it might be worth the cost of a bunch of purchasing portals, because what is sitting on this belt right now is like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. There's like 100 silver here. Whereas each of these is only like a couple of silver for the what's it called? The portal sigil. So with cheaper materials, yeah, whatever. But and it's going to be the same thing down here, right? This will try to pile up whatever, 100. Cool. Plenty of turquoise now. Ooh, transformation potions are already, like, backing up on the belts. The joy of making lots of them, I guess. Nice. We have 69 of them. I need 100 for the quest, so we're going to get there very, very quickly. I could actually probably, like, grab this, and then there's enough on the shelf that if I do, like, this, change goods. What am I looking for? Oh, I only got 9. $100. There we go. Submit. New materials, pyrite and rock salt, which are very expensive. Our main quest is a growth potion, which sells for 1.2 silver. Oh, it's fertilizer. Holy crap, that's worth a lot of fertilizer. Yeah, definitely starting to feel like I'm gonna want to do a rebuild the whole base again once I tech up high enough. But for now, let's take a look at the tech tree. I've got 2 unallocated points. I don't really know what to spend them on, so I'm not going to. What haven't we done yet? Bounce shrooms. Oh, they're just bounce pads. Okay. Liquid tanks, and I don't really feel like I have needed to buffer liquids. I'm sure I will eventually, but Expenses 200,000. Yikes. Earnings 320,000. So we did earn about 100 silver yesterday. All right, what are our other quests? Bulk orders, bulk orders, bulk orders. Oof, to Jupiter. To Jupiter. This one isn't awful. 180 soap, 180 wooden pulleys, and 80 steel gears. And 60 potions? Yeah. Do I not buffer soap? Oh no. Well, that's a problem. Let that go for a bit. Grab the other things I need, which is steel gears and potions. Steel gears, I'm also not buffering, but at least I can grab them from the machines. And I think that's enough. And then potions, I need 60, there's 100. All right, so now I just need the soap. Yeah, those aren't buffered at all. All right. Getting 180 by grabbing it off the belts is absolutely no fun. But also not as awful as it could be. Like, we're already up over 100. $140, $150, $160. $70, $180. And that is just also a heap of money. Assuming that these output at belt speed, and I assume they do, I can spend up to 135 silver a second right now, which is a lot. But yeah, this just running continuously is hopefully going to help things to actually catch up here. because it's coming all the way over to this one. There's a little bit that goes this way every once in a while, but that's the main path that still hasn't filled. And like I was saying earlier, that comes up here. That's this. So that feeds this, which is almost finally full of coal ore. And then it'll be the same thing. That's for iron ore. That's buffered. Same at this end, trying to fill up with coal ore. So those are the parts that really need a few hundred more silver coins before they fully... There we go. And that's all of what we had. RIP, all of that silver. All right, well, I think this is good progress for today. I don't think I have the energy at this point to dive into another big build. But I'm certainly happy with the progress. Getting the new potion, getting steel up, so we now have access to buildings that use steel is great. Hopefully, we'll start actually buffering a little bit of money soon, because we're definitely need it. We're close to it. Yeah, see, this belt is finally started. So all of this is coming up this way. And that's going to go into here. And I really should consider for future builds, and I didn't change it even though I talked about this, because I didn't want to end up with a bunch of these coal ores in my inventory. But for future builds, we should really think about individual purchasing portals when the resources are very expensive, because we end up with a lot of resources backed up, and that's going to be problematic. Hopefully this is also getting enough. Ooh. So this build is bigger than we needed it to be, so it's okay if it wasn't all quite running. But hopefully now this will be getting enough silver into it to actually keep all of these running, because that would be cool. All right. Well, thanks very much, everybody, for tuning in. I really appreciate it. If you find this on YouTube and want to watch me live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the description. Tomorrow, that's Thursday, we're back in Factorio with Pyanodon's mods, and I will be in Alchemy Factory again on Friday. I've been really, really enjoying this. I say that every time, but it's true. So we're gonna keep having this as the alternate game when I'm not doing Factorio. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you next time.